Hello everyone. How is everyone doing tonight? I'm seeing some people already in the chat. I'm seeing Ken, I'm seeing Kevin, Distracted Engineering, Josh. Already people here. That's actually quite nice. Thank you very much for coming already. Alright, so we're gonna start running some trains very soon. It's not gonna take long. I messed up. I just wanted a nicer angle of this. Is anyone hearing me? Any problem hearing or seeing me? I did not turn on the sound. I know you're not seeing me because I covered my face with the webcam for the back of the layout, but at least if you're hearing me, it's not a bad thing. I will show up my face and change its spot to a emptier spot, like so. Well, can hear you nice, perfect. Alright, so let's run some trains. Yes, those are the exact trains that were left on the layout yesterday. As is, I did not even come down to the basement during the day. I had to work and then I had to do my things at home. So here it is. The only thing I did was add the camera at the back, and that camera is just an old phone that I've put into inside some webcam holders that are temporarily placed. So don't expect too much from that cam, but at least it's an extra cam, right? And I'm gonna even remove my face so you can see it better most of the times. I did not get the mount for the bottom right camera to print it on time. It finished printing after I started, so we might install it during the stream, but we might not. Hello Josh. We will see what happens regarding that. In the meantime, let's get both trains rolling. So that's 8205. So should get not seeing lights on for some reason, or is it just dim on camera? Might just be dim, or that camera is frozen. That would explain it actually. Yes, I'm on the HO layout tonight, and that explains the lack of light if the camera is frozen. Let me fix that real quick. There you go, the train has disappeared. That's normal. Just making sure the others' camera are fine. Perfect, so that works. We can see the other cameras, we can see the trains. I will go grab the mount for the webcam that's right here. I don't think I'll install it tonight, but I'll go grab it. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. It's really not a big deal. Let's just do... Hi, Polizzi. Let's turn my face off and where is webcam? Laptop right there. And I'll go grab the camera mount. Oh, Dave is here. Nice. Blocky is here as well. I'll be right back. So, if you guys and gals were curious, I don't know if there's any gals in the chat yet, but if you guys and gals are curious, here is what I use to mount my webcams. It's a design I found online. on Thingiverse. I technically modified it a bit to get to this. Normally they come. Well, I have one that's not in use that I could show. I guess this one. Oops. Normally they come like this, with the screw at the bottom and a larger platform at the top. I extended and removed the platform at the top on this one, just so, yep, that's 3D printed. That's 3D printed, and it's a pretty simple design. It's just an L bracket. The smaller part is where what it's actually standing on, because there's a screw hole in it that you can put in, and then the top is either a thick part or a thin part like this that the webcam can clamp on, and it just works, quite frankly. And while 3D printing is an amazing technology, Blockade. So yeah, it's a pretty simple design, but it works. And this little design allows me to screw this on the underside of the layout and clamp the webcam, or on the top side of the layout or something like that. Takes less space, it's easier to blend in, and well, it's solid enough that it holds a webcam in place no problem. So these little things are just really nice. And again, not my design. I modified it, but it started from someone else's design, so I do not want to claim this. Yeah, that is true, Blockheed, that Lego can do that. I never even thought it. So I'm so used to the mentality of these model trains where you need metal track for the power and signal, that I forget that we have so much technology out there with wireless for signal and batteries, which works great. And you can, and then once you have that, you don't need power through the tracks, and not having power in the track gives you the possibility of doing reverse loops and stuff without problems. So well, it isn't. It isn't. There's some freedoms about Lego that you don't have about this, and it's so much easier to modify a design or create a design from scratch on Lego than this. This requires a lot more work when you want to make it better. So, yeah, I mean, Irie, you're not wrong that it can be. Hi, Collie. Glad to see you here. So yeah, this is the 3D printed mounts that I have for my webcams. Pretty simple. I will say it's pretty cheap to print. Like it's really not that much material. And like a spool for me is about between $18 and $25 Canadian, depending on which color you take. And you can do probably 100 of those with a spool. So, you know, these are great. Well, good to know, Blockheed. Because I remember as a kid there was tracks with like metal tracks with power, but that didn't last long. So yeah, I did think about doing Lego trains at one point, and I just thought it was a lot of money for something I don't have the skills to do. But yeah, so these are great. If anyone wants to start streaming and is looking for a way to mount their webcams, I can find the link again for these, and then, like I said, it's not this exact thing. This is a modified version by me, but it's definitely an option that you could do. Yeah, that would work. So yeah, that's hi Sparky. I've been using your layout. That's might sound worse than it is, but I've been using the the layout online quite a few times for the, what is it called, the Canadian Logistics locomotive. I guess hi to you. Oh, Jim. Hi, Jim. But yeah, I've been using your I've been driving the train on your layout, Sparky, a lot for the through Canadian Locomotive Logistics. Like I explained yesterday, I don't know if you were here, I actually prefer your layout for, you know, conducting a train, because it's, how do I explain this properly? The fact that you have more twists and turns, it's not just an oval, makes it more fun, and you have more variety in your scenery as well. So especially when you open up all 3 levels, that's amazing. And most of the time it's just 1 level, and it's, that alone is great, but the 3 level really makes it interactive and fun. So I really quite like it. I also, I have to apologize, I really wanted to go to your convention, not convention, but the thing you organized last summer, but it just wasn't fitting my schedule. But I really, if you ever do another one, I'll try to learn to hear about it as much as possible. Got first and third level open now. Second level is being tore out. Oh, good to know. So yeah, your layout's really good, and I really wish I could have participated in your activity that you did. I don't think you'll do another one, but if you do end up organizing one, if you can let me know like really early in time, so I can organize my stuff, because I'm a little far. I need to organize a bit more, but I would be interested for sure. And what kind of elevation change can these trains handle? 3 degree grade is kind of max for real trains. So it really depends on what sort of trains you want to do and how much you want to work on. Like, how much you want to, are you ready to fight with your trains to make it work? I'm used with percentage for the grade, not actual degrees, and I've done 4% on all of my layouts, and it's doable. Like, most trains will take 4%. Most locos. The problem is it really doesn't take much for the locos to be overwhelmed and not pull and start slipping on a 4% grade. Like, only after 3 or 4 cars it starts slipping. But what I've noticed is that having more than 1 locomotive work together really helps a lot. Like, if you're looking at the train that's going through the curve right now and going up that grade, that's a 3.5% grade. Well, it's actually a 3% grade with 1 spot that goes to 4% for a very short burst. 1 loco, it looks like there's 3, but the middle one is just a dummy. But the first engine and the black F7B unit are powered. Just 1 can only pull 3 to 4 cars up the hill, but these 2 combined can pull this entire train without slowing down. Imagine my Helix at a 4% grade. Well, you wouldn't need 300 feet of track, or you'd go really high. So yeah, if you have 2 locomotive, it makes a big difference. It really makes a big difference having 2 locomotives. So I guess that would make it easier for 4% grades. And while it's never recommended to go over 2%, when you're limited in space and you have to do it, you're probably also limited in space for the length of trains and how much cars and locomotive you can run on your layout. So having a 4% grade because your layout is too small for a 2% grade also means that your trains would look ridiculous if they were as long as real ones, right? So having shorter trains will fit the layout just fine, and you will you will look, it will look like it makes sense. What the percentage refers 2%, it's how, wow, 100% is straight up and 0% is flat. So track per foot, so for example, a 2% grade is, oh, okay, well, Jason has a better explanation than I do. Rise versus run. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The quick math I know is 4% grade is 2 feet for an inch of climb, and sorry, that's a 4% grade. 2% grade is 4 feet for an inch. Or is it 6 feet? Or is it 8 feet? No, it's 3 feet. Yeah, 3 feet for an inch. 2% is 4 inch per 12 foot. Yeah, something like that. Anyways, I'm used to like the Woodland Scenics risers, and they're 2 feet strips, and the 4% is 1 inch at the end. The 3% is 3/4 inch, and the 2% is half an inch. So 4 feet for an inch for the 2%, 3 feet for an inch for the 3%, and 2 feet for an inch for the 4%. So that's the math behind this. I mean, I don't know how you'd really need a long piece of track to have the incline start going up smoothly on Legos, but then you could have a board underneath that like you attach it to a wooden board. Anyways, I'm not too sure on how you do that on Legos, but I'm sure it's doable. Like, it's impossible that there's no incline. I don't see how there wouldn't be any inclines, right? There has to be a way to make inclines. Hi, Panak. So I don't know how long this stream will last. I'm already tired and I'm not drinking coffee. But I'm just here to hang out like last night. It was actually fun. We had a lot of viewership last night. I don't expect this tonight, but if it happens, it happens, right? And I just want to hang out. Now that we broke the 500, I'm just impressed, quite frankly. So I really need to do, like I said, I didn't do it today because I was at work, but I really need to do my layout tour. At least now we have a camera that's ready, so if we have to, I can take the phone camera out and just move around the layout. But it's not as good because it's, you know, it's not as stable. You're seeing me move it around and stuff. It's not as good. So we might do it, but I'm just not promising anything. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm really thinking of attaching this today while we're doing the stream, because it would be nicer than how fun was to work in a hobby store all day. It sounds enjoyable. So it is quite fun in many ways. There's always some sad moments and there's always some weird customers everywhere, but it is overall fun. I mean, I did spend an hour running RC helicopters just for fun, right? It's not, you know, in between customers. It's not the worst thing in the world because you know, you have to know your equipment. You can't just sell something you don't know about. So I did have fun with that. There's once in a while there's sad moments where people come in to sell their stuff because either they need the money or they lost interest. So, oh, thank you very much, Blockheed. So there's always that's a little sad on the when you think about the hobby, but in general it's pretty nice. It's people going there to learn about because they're interested, and it's really fun to introduce people, show around. I always bring my own personal RCs there to let people try them and to understand the excitement and the fun with them. So that's always fun. I can barely fly I have RC planes and they are all hanging in my room. Yeah, so I never tried a plane and I don't trust myself. Hi Mike. I don't trust myself with a plane yet, but I did try, like I said, the helicopter today was really nice. It's a little bit harder to control, but that was a cheap one. That was not anything fancy. So probably the fancier, not necessarily easier, but have more control. Like you have a more precise control and you can handle them more. So they are very fun. I almost bought one today and just landed on the layout during the stream, but then I thought otherwise. I didn't need to spend that kind of money. Yeah. So that's another thing, but the helicopter is really fun. And but yeah, I have the cars. I have some cars. I have a crawler. I have a basher, but I unfortunately broke a differential in it, so right now it's in front wheel drive mode. And how do I say this? The trophy trucks are clearly not meant to be front wheel drive. That's all I'm gonna say. But those are fun, and yeah, it's quite a fun hobby, right? I can't complain. There's just, like every other hobby, it's expensive. There's no hobby that is cheap. As soon as you get into hobby grade stuff, because they're low production runs, they're specialized equipment with lots of engineering for a toy, a glorified toy, it gets expensive quick, right? And the market of used is often rough because people, well, they buy them to have fun, right? They buy them to beat on them, and well, just like anything, when you beat on it, it gets torn, it gets broken, and you can repair it, but it's never like new. So trains, most people are nice with their trains, so that's nice, right? The used market are pretty chill, but the RC stuff is rough. No, we're talking about any remote controlled cars, trucks, remote controls. I tried a helicopter today, stuff like that. Remote control stuff, it's fun, but it's just like trains, it's very expensive. I don't own any that expensive, but there's a lot of four-digit RCs. I've seen $1,200 RCs. I've seen $2,500 RCs. It's not cheap. Even like the crawlers, a lot of them start at like $600, $700, $800. It's so expensive. And keep in mind, I'm in Canada, so for the Americans out there who are thinking, well, a Traxxas TRX4 should not be $800, it should be $500. Well, it's the conversion rate. They're selling MSRP converted, so it's not it's really not, the guy's not overpricing anyone, it's just what it is. So that's the perk of cars, like RC cars and RC trucks. Yes, they can also break when they crash, but you don't need to know how to land them. If you start just having fun in like an open parking lot or something, or you're not going to break it on anything, it's just open. It can flip, but it's not that bad. So, you know, they're not as prone to breaking. And crawlers, to climb stuff, they're really not, how do I say this? They're really not prone to breaking, because unless they really go down a long hill, they're not going fast. You have time to think for your movement. You have times, you know, it's pretty relaxed, it's pretty chill, so it's really not that bad. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna install the camera mount, so I'm gonna turn off my camera and give you a minute or two to install this. Where is my laptop? There you go. You might hear some drilling noises. Alright. And I fucked up. Nice. I did not think about that. Give me a minute. I put it at the one spot it couldn't have been. I somehow didn't think of that. I feel like everyone that makes decision at every city council who doesn't know about basic stuff. Like, how did you not think of that? Well, apparently, I'm a government worker or something. Should work. Now it works. Let's hope the train's not gonna hit it, but it should be fine. And if it is, I'll figure it out. Alright, so hi, Jersey Bill. It's a whole week, that's for sure. Doing the HO for the whole week. Alright, we'll see if the train fits under, or if I need to change it for an extended one. And the camera froze just when the train arrived. It barely fits, but it fits. Of course. Why is it frozen on motion JPEG but not on... curious. It freaks out for... That's the camera I need to change. I'm literally ordering tonight more webcams. Not that one, because that one's not the first time it's giving me issue, but the same model as the other two. So, it's still freaking out. Alright, should work now. So yeah, I'm going to order on Amazon more webcams, the same model as the other two that are working fine. And, well, one's jittery tonight, but that's a problem that's easily fixable. With Dave's trick of zooming and removing the zoom, which fixes the jittering. Wonder if I should set up some cams around the little layout while I work on it. I mean, I think my best angles are not this layout, but instead the other layout, the N scale, the tiny N scale. And it works great. And it looks great. So I wouldn't see why you shouldn't. I don't have any good reason not to give you not to do it. So. Hey. It's close. So it's fine, but I think I'm gonna make another one that's even more extended and have that instead. But at the same time, I think I need to make one that's just a little less extended, but further out, sticking further out, so that it's more eye level to the train. I think that's what I'm gonna do, actually. Do you have the Ace train, model train? I do not. Wires. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do for the my buddy from Australia said you could leave the stream. Yeah, I could, but I don't want to leave my trains running when I'm not there, so I'd rather be here. And I've seen other people leave layouts like 24/7 up, and people want the interaction. I say I'm giving, but I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking in general. There's some people leaving their layouts up and running 24/7, and they get 1 or 2 viewers at a time that come in and leave. These kind of lives where there's an interaction with a host is a lot more popular, and for a reason. So I'm not saying it's not a bad idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but it's not farming as many views as you'd think. So. You don't, yeah, but Jason, but you don't need a lot of, honestly, it's more scenery than character that you need. People love to see trains go through scenery on live stream. And while I do mean me when I say people, I've noticed that layouts with finished angles will get a lot more views than without. So it seems to be a recurring theme where people want to see. They like seeing trains run, but they really appreciate the work when it's trains with scenery. So, like, if just Dave's for example, I don't know if he's still here, but he was earlier. He gets more views when he's talking than the fly on the wall streams, even though he does get views during the fly on the wall. And there's clearly preferred angles where people like these angles, like his mountain in the lake area. People love that area because it's finished, right? That's what people love to see. So, hi, good evening, Sir Fix-A-Lot. Do you have the Union Pacific? I have a steamer, but I don't have cars for it, so we could run that later on DC. I like your stream as is. I just passed. No, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad suggestion. I'm just explaining why I'm not doing it. It's a good idea. It's just, I don't like, first of all, to let my trains run without me supervising it. Not that I don't trust them. It's like the live stream gremlins. It only happens when it shouldn't happen, right? So I'm here, but also driving Sparky straights. Nice. So that's why I'm saying it's a good idea, but it's not for me. I enjoy suggestions though, so thank you. I might find. Yeah. So, that is true. What do the fins have to do with model trains? I'm not sure what you mean, honestly, Jerseyville. I probably mispronounced something. It is interaction helps too. You know what's funny? This comment is about Sparky. You know that Sparky is a man of how do I say this? Experience. When the other day I was just going through YouTube's older model train stuff, and I ended up watching the first few videos of SMT mainlines just to see like his progress, what he did, giving me ideas on how to start and, you know, do a decent job at it, and what changed from his first few to his newer ones that I like and I don't like, because it's a good way to know what I could do, like a good way to how do I say this, give you a perspective, right? What I'd like to give him as inputs, I can use it on my own stuff, so that, you know, if I can't or won't do what I suggest others, why would they? So that's how I see this. Well, he mentioned Sparky 107 in his first few videos as a source of inspiration to start his own channel. So Sparky has been around on YouTube for longer than most of us for model train stuff. I mean, I've been on YouTube since 2007, but not for train stuff, right? So it's just really impressive and incredible to see how long he's been around, and how we should appreciate it. So, yes, I do. I see you have the CV boxcar representing Vermont. Thanks. I honestly, Central Vermont boxcars. This isn't the one I originally wanted, but when I fell on it at the hobby shop, I had to have it because I really like the colors. I've seen quite a few in my childhood's hometown of Central Vermont brown, basically a CN Noodle boxcar, but it was a Central Vermont car. They had a bunch of those for a few years, and I always liked them, and I rarely see Central Vermont stuff in model trains. So as soon as I see their boxcars, I always jump on it. I really like them as well. I'm working on a 10 Verma system with the micro 2K cameras, lens 10mm diam, DCCX and control. That's going to be an amazing job. I don't know enough about automation to have any input, but it sounds great. Not for click, just for the challenge. Oh, an automatic train station. That's going to be really nice. Do you have the Polar Express? No, I do not, unfortunately. Thank you, George. SMT was your first. Things I don't want to know, Jersey Bill. Do you have the I do not have the Polar Express, Lars. I officially began the task of building around the wall shelf layout. That's nice. You did say yesterday you are wanting to start today, so I'm glad to see that. While substantially smaller in size than most people, I really want to make it as lifelike as it can. You don't need a lot of space to make it realistic. Honestly, if anything, having it smaller will give you more time to put in more detail in that area, right? Instead of doing a, I don't know, 15 by 20 feet layout, doing a 5 by 10 feet layout will give you, but on the same amount of time, will give you more time per foot, per square foot of layout. So you'll have more, you'll be able to do more detailed. So it's not a bad thing. It's a really good thing, Polizzi. So yeah, that would be the that would be my 6-inch wide shelf around 8 and 12. Yeah, that, see, you don't need more than that. I've seen some beautiful layouts, and it's going to be more train focused, right? A table like mine where it circles around, there's a huge part of it that's not train related because the train needs to go around to turn around. You being a shelf layout, it'll be the train about the center of it. Might not be exactly at the center, but you know, it's going to be the center of attention, and everything's going to be built around it. So that's a good thing. So that's you have Amtrak train, I'm guessing. No, I don't, Lars. I have mostly Canadian stuff, modern Canadian, and I don't have a lot of it. I just, hi Godzilla, thank you very much. I have to say it might be time to put a new train on though. Anyone have tips on uplifting the shelf to provide lighting to my trains? Light, since yours is not going to be deep, having at maybe 2 feet above, like a little shelf that has LED strips pointing towards it might help a lot. I would recommend doing that. And you can put a little front plate in front of that top shelf so it's not blinding you, it's going straight down. And you can use the shelf to store trains on it, right? So that could be an option. You don't, I don't have any prime example with me, but I should have said, I mean, you can put it straight on the ceiling. If it's a foot from the ceiling, you can put it all, put the LED strip straight on the ceiling pointing towards it. Can you honk the horn in one of the trains, please? If you have a chance. I will put one with sound on, and I will do that for sure. Give me a second. I'll change the CP rail to the CN that's about the same, so that way you'll have that one has sound and we'll be able to honk the horn. So yeah, the one thing I will say, you don't have to do the LED strip directly above it, but having lighting that's directly above the layout, that's not behind you, will have better lighting and you won't be in the way of the lights when you're looking at it, right? Like right now, my lighting is above the center of the layout, so even if I stand up beside the layout, I still see my layout very well, and you still see lights on the layout. If I had lighting behind me in the middle of the room, you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't be able to see the layout as well because I'm blocking the lights. I don't think this is... And we'll move this out of the way. Put the CN instead. And this one has sound, so we'll be able to honk the horn as requested. 4,000. She should turn on soon. Ah, no problem, Lars. I will get it even closer to the mic so I can pull the horn and you can hear it well. A few hours for sure. A few hours for sure. Why are you having a hard time moving forward? Oh, you're not on track properly, that's why. Ah, there you go. That's a smooth running loco I know. Alright. How well can you hear? Hi, Club Chair. So, Polizzi, I will tell you, the idea of having the light at the bottom, like along the base of the layout, is good. But it will create shadows easily as soon as you put scenery or the train passes itself. It will create a shadow in the back. That's why I like the top mounted light. There's nothing wrong with the bottom. I need to find my Model Railroader magazine that had that. It showed a really good example with like how shadows will interact and how they will impact your layouts. So that's why I've been doing that. I got a great deal on a 3-foot LED lighting for $10 a piece. Yeah, something like that. Yes, it does. So I will run that one a little bit, and then later I'll switch out the F7, the CP rail for the passenger train that I have. This one also has sound, and even louder sound, so you'll probably hear it better. So I don't have a lot of units that have sound, but I have that one. So I have these two plus a steamer. The steamer is very quiet. It's not a bad thing, it's just not as easy to hear. I can hear the horn just fine. Nice. I got the train from someone locally who was selling it used, but you can get those new like that from Bachmann directly. It's I'll show you the website. They don't sell it on the website. You'll have to order it somewhere else, but I'll show you which one it is. I can't say, like, I love the Loco, but their DCC system is not the best, Bachmann, so I would only buy it used at a used price. I wouldn't pay the full price for it. Alright, so models, catalog. No, that's not what I want. HO scale, diesel locomotives. So I found one, but that's not the right one. That's anyways, it's a Bachmann DCC sound loco. They're how long you doing? I don't know, a few hours. I started at 8:30, at least 3 hours, so at least 2 more hours. But I don't have a specific time, honestly. It's when I feel too tired to continue. I second the motion, putting on the ceiling about 3 inches towards the center of the room. Use beading to help trip that angle so it's in the middle. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I don't have any link because I can't find it on their website, but it is a Bachmann DCC sound loco. But you need a DCC system. You can't just buy the loco. It'll work on the DC system, but you won't have the sound work entirely. Like the horn and stuff won't work. I will after Lars. Don't worry about that. I will need to move some trains around though. Because my trains have, I don't like to take them on. I'm not buying Conrail, not anytime soon. I'll run the blue CN that's basically a Conrail with a CN logo on it, but I'm not buying more locomotives for a while. So yeah, I don't like picking up my trains off the track because I'm not gentle. Well, I try to be gentle, but it's easy to break. Yeah, the Blue Devil, Sparky, that's the one. So yeah, their details are easy to break. So I try to have a parking spot for all of my trains, or at least, you know, a siding or something. So I might have to run the. So it will take a few moves, I guess, to run the passenger, but we will. I mean, I wanted to run it at some point tonight, regardless, so I can do it earlier. That's all. So I will start to do the moves. So I'm almost there, Sir Fix-A-Lot. I got the subscriber, but I'm missing a few watch hours. I'm at 2,700 and I need 3,000, so it's really close. By the end of January, I'm getting there for sure, so I'm not even worried about it. It's coming up, and never be on time. Yeah, I mean, I have Via Rail; they're never on time either, so that's just accurate. At least mine don't break down as often. So I'm gonna take out. Thank you very much, Sir Fix-A-Lot. Then some Conrails, so some on the 3. Not buying any more trains. Let me either. VRL is frequently being slowed down to let the freight. I know it's not their fault, but they're still late all the time. So I'm gonna do that as well. My VRL is gonna stay parked for a while because it's being slowed down by freight. That's possible, Sparky. You never know what he does. He is on meds right now because of his teeth, so you don't know what he'll do. Train is stuck on the helix. Dave, what'd you do? So let's do some operations. Let's move the Blue Devil out of the way so you'll see it out if you're still here, Sparky, because I know you have to fix Dave's mistake. And then we'll do we'll bring it up at the upper level, park it there, and then I'll be able to take the V-Rail out. So, hi, NS. Of course he did. Of course he snatched another loco. Alright, so we'll have to do another lap for the Blue Devil. Oh no! A gorgeous loco running around my layout. Oh, how sad. Yes, Lars? I mean, Sparky, I did think of building myself a shelf as, not a shelf, a shed as well, instead of a basement, because I do like windows, like big windows for natural lighting. Oh. That is a first. Well, at least my emergency stop worked. So oh shit. Had an accident. You didn't see that. And again, I need to shut it down like this. I really need to be a bit better at, you know, thinking about my my switches. I really need to be better with my switches. I need to send power to those if I want them to move. Like so. That one's parked. That one can run. Actually, it's not gonna run, it's gonna be parked at the bottom. Alright, so what is this? What are you guys saying? So, why did you stop? Oh, because you're derailed. Again, that makes sense. Oh, that's because of me. Because I forgot the switch again. There you go. Now it's gonna work. So how long have I been running trains? Well, tonight for an hour, but I don't have an exact time amount for how long I have ever been running trains. Yeah, I do like finding streams for watching trains run, but generally, if there's no verbal interaction, I tend to not stay long. Yeah, that's usually what happens. Um, yeah, I had issues, and it was my fault. So this one can shut down, like so. Raro, Scooby, yeah. So Uncle Fester, I don't know who you're talking about, honestly. Because I was showing them last night and I put them there all together. Operating transfer. I'm not sure what you mean, Lars, honestly. It might be just me. But, thank you very much, Sir Fix-a-Lot. Question for the DCC users. How many feeder wires do I need to add for 40 feet of track? So this question, Polizzi, will get some fights. I'm in the opinion that you really don't need that many. A lot of people... Polizzi given us 0 days without access. Yeah, but every time I run trains on a live stream, I try to do more than I should, and I always end up having accidents. So yeah, for the feeder questions for DCC, some people will say you need a feeder every 3 feet, which I think is complete bullshit. You don't need a feeder every 3 feet. Of course, the more you have, the better it is, right? You can't have too many. There's no downside to have more than the minimum, but you don't need 40. If your track connection is good all around, technically, in theory, only one is enough. Having more than one is just reassurance that if there's a bad connection somewhere, or signal gets a little, low, it will add more, I didn't see that, Irie. So yeah, the thing with feeders is while you can't have too many, there's no you don't actually need every 3 feet. You could do since you have 40 feet, one every 10 feet would be more than enough. The main loop on the outside, I don't know how many feet of track that is total, but I'm guessing about 50 feet. And I have one there, one there, one there. I think I have 3 feeders for that one, maybe 4. So one there, one. Okay, actually, do I have one there? No, I don't. I think I have 3 feeder for that one, and it's more than enough. If the connection is great, you only need 1. But having more is just reassurance. The more there is, the more reassurance you have. But like the entire back section where the CP rail is right now, they're used to not have any feeders for that entire section, which is half of my layout, and it was fine. But recently I added one in the hill where it climbs. It made 0 difference because the connection was already good. But if something happens, the track warps because of temperature change or whatever, and a connection goes bad, I won't even notice it because I have an extra feeder. You don't need it, but it's not bad to have them. Okay, yeah, if you do blocks, yes. But I'm talking just a direct straight loop. Jim is absolutely right. If you're doing blocks, every isolated block will need its own feeders. And the reason we recommend more feeders, yeah, that's correct as well from Sir Fix-a-Lot. Yeah, adding feeders will help you find problems. And if you have blocks where you isolate sections, you will be able to turn off every section to know where the problem is, but that's also a different story. I do not have any railroad crossing, actually. I want to have some modeled, but I don't have any yet. As you can see, my scenery is far from complete. But yeah, the feeders can be can be quite useful for a lot of things. And the thing with DCC is it's not just keeping, like DC is just having voltage. So if the connection's bad, the voltage will be lower, but it'll still run. DCC, it's signal from back and forth. So if the connection's bad, it's just not sending any signal even though it has power. So it's not going to work properly at all. That's why it's a little bit more important to have more feeders, but you don't need it. Hi, Caboose. But there will be people out there that will tell you, no, you need a feeder every 3 feet. And if you don't, you'll have problem. And there's people out there that will say that. I believe that they did have problems before doing that, but that's just a bad luck or bad track laying. It's that simple. A good connection, you don't need it. Ask Dave if he has a feeder every 3 feet. If he does, he really went overboard, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't. So we'll finally do the switching I wanted to do from the beginning, so we can put the VRL on as requested. So give me a minute for that one, because I did all that move to move the Blue Devil out of the way, and I still haven't done the switching I needed for what was requested. Thank you, Jim, for that. That's actually a good way of explaining that. So maybe I should explain what blocks are. Blocks are area of the layouts that have been electrically insulated, so that if you only send power there, only that section will work. The reason to do that is often when you have a lot of trains, you can have shorts, like electrical shorts, not like wearing shorts. And those shorts can cause problem and kill stuff if they're really bad, which I don't wish on anyone. So by having blocks with circuit breakers, it as soon as there's a short, that section will shut off and will not affect the other sections, which will save. But that's for elaborate layouts. You don't need that for a simple oval. So that's what blocks are, and I think they have their place in the hobby for advanced stuff, but they are not needed at all for someone who does simple stuff. I am doing just that, Lars. I'm just setting up stuff. And the passenger train is coming with its loudspeaker. I will actually change the other train so that you can hear distinctively. Where did you run across the Blue CN Loco? Where did you run across the... I never ran across it in real life. I just found it at a hobby shop for a decent price, so I couldn't help myself but buying it. But I've had that since last summer, but I only recently converted it to DCC, which I'm very happy with. Don't worry, Lars. And that one, the V-Rail, being in Athearn Genesis, it has a feature on that I really love, which is dynamic digital exhaust, it's called. All it is, it detects how much power the power the motor is putting out. Is it working hard or not? And it adjusts the sound as if it was an actual engine ramping up to climb up a hill and idling down to go down the hill. So I will stop the other one so that we don't hear both. We only hear the V-Rail, and you'll be able to hear the motor ramp up and calm down. That's not me, that's the Loco detecting that it's going up a hill or down a hill. It's a really cool feature. Thank you, Surfix, a lot. It's an Atlas. Atlas made those. They made multiple batches of those. So it's a really nice model in general. Miss Genos. No, it says I have to get one. Well, I am not responsible for that, but I don't think it's a bad thing that someone wants you to buy more trains. So I will make sure that the track is clear on the other side, and then I will move I will run the Blue Devil for a little while since we have the Via for sound. She be good. We have a full finger of space in between. Alright, so let's run the... Thank you, Jim. I actually just did that, but thank you, because I actually needed the reminder. What kind of passenger trains are you running right now? So that train is a train that never actually existed. It's a V-Rail. The Loco is an Athearn Genesis P42. The passenger cars are Bud stainless steel cars. I do have Locos that are more fitting to those cars, which I love, but it's not converted to DCC, so I can't use those right now. I can later during the stream, but not right now. And I just really enjoy both. I don't feel like spending the absurd amount of money that Rapido wants. Well, actually, people want in the used market for the Rapido LRC cars. When I love these cars, anyways. Something like that, Colleen. But this technically represents, to me, it's not a realistic representation, but to me represents V-Rail the Ocean in the early 2000s, except the Loco, which is the F40. But when I run my V-Rail E8 Loco, That represents the Atlantic, which is a train from the 70s and 90s somehow. Well, you took a break from buying. Instead, you went for winning bids. You won some trains. Let's put it that way. So, I will make you hear the horn as requested earlier by Lars. So what I could do right now is remodify my oh, of course the camera froze. Come on, just as the train went by. It really had to freeze. Come on. And it's freaking out again. I really need to order new cameras. Which is sad because it worked well at first, but it really didn't last. Alright, so it's back. I don't know for how long. I am not Lars. I usually only am live once a week. I did 2 nights in a row this week as an exception to get to my 500 subs, which happened quicker than expected, but since I had promised 2 nights, I couldn't pass it up. I will have to do it, but usually it's only once a week and it's Saturday nights. I want to do other stuff. I have some personal stuff I want to do tomorrow, so yeah, as I was saying, I want to do a little bit of 3D modeling. Oh, cancel. And get that that mount exactly how I want. Load file. So slightly shorter. I will need this one and this one. Move it. Like so. I actually need to move it more. I lost one camera on a break. New one was, well, yeah, cameras are fragile little thing, huh? Kevin, are you gonna be alive tomorrow and what time? Again, Lars, I am not tomorrow. Only next week. Every Saturdays, that's all. Thank you, Brent. Hi there. I wanted something a little different, you know? So, and then cut flat. Cut this one again. Raise that one. Wait, I think it's duplicate. Yeah, exactly. Is the bell on the passenger train loud? Not as loud because I did a better job at fixing the sound levels. I just put it on so you'll hear it when it comes around. I will say spaghetti is great, but the one thing I don't like is when people store the spaghetti with the sauce pre-mixed in the fridge after for the leftovers. To me, they need to be kept separate. If you don't keep them separate, they will absorb the sauce will be absorbed. Right now there's 2 trains total, but only one that is but 3 locomotives technically, so there's that. And the bell is on right now, so if you can't hear it, it's really not as loud. All right, let's print that. It is very relaxing. That's why I'm always falling asleep, not falling asleep, but getting tired during the streams. Alright, I'll be right back. Hi, Ward. Alright, let's go print that. Oh, let's get back into the stream. I think I'm going to take you down. That sounds like a great idea, George. Yeah, the music. Well, the bell's not loud, so it's hard to tell. Oh, yes, I am, Jason. I am. Let's bring the laptop back. Let's have you see my face. Ward, it was there last week. I did use it last week. So you will, and you will see it soon-ish. Next week should be N scale again, because I want to. And like I said, I'm ordering webcams tonight so I can have a separate system on each layout. I don't want to have to move the cameras every time. Yeah, it's just me, the farter. Alright, actually, let's order the Amazon stuff right now together. So, Mexico. Not Mexico, Mexico. And 60 webcams. Because those are the ones that work great. I have purchased them before and I will purchase them again. I came into some money today. There's a few options. There's the one I want for $42. And then there's a one for $100 and one for $400. I will take the $42 one, please. Oh, let's steer the sauce. Yes, the gas man. I mean, I wouldn't say harass, Jason. I would say you were very into it, but that's a good thing. Like I said, I really like my N scale stuff, so it is not a problem for me. I should get another. Yeah, that would be a good idea. another USB hub because I won't want to change that either. Change those around. That's a thing. That's cheap enough. So it has 3 USB-C, USB-A, 1 USB-C, which can be powered. You know what? From a reputable brand at that good of a price, I'm buying 2. Oh, I can choose the colors. Whoa. Is it cheaper in another color? Okay, the discount's not as big as they've raised the regular price to make it seem like a bigger discount. So that means it's just gonna buy 1. Yeah. So, hi, spends too much. Is that Amazon Japan? No, Amazon Canada. I need some webcam stuff. I need 3 webcams and a docking station for the N scale layout. Amazon, I wouldn't go as far as saying the best, but it is useful. If I have local options, I usually go with the local one first. But there are some good stuff there. There's also some really bad stuff there. As soon as they added third-party seller, that was where the problem went down. So, I do have the money. There you go. Check out. Yeah, it can locate some random stuff, but at the same time, there's some stuff that is way overpriced there for the convenience. That's why I'm not always the eye thing looks creepy. What eye thing? Is it my eyes? Because I can be creepy, I guess. I don't want to be creepy, but Ardu Cam is good for the price. Oh, I never tried those. I did say what I said about Amazon Japan is it's great for ordering Kado Japanese stuff because they do have not Japanese exclusive, but stuff that is mostly sold in Japan and hard to get in Canada. So that's what I meant by Amazon Japan, but for stuff like a webcam or something like that that's easily available in Canada, you don't need Amazon Japan. It's really for the almost not exclusive, but you know, Japanese made for the Japanese market stuff from Kado that I would say is where the Amazon Japan is fun for. So just making sure I got the right order, so that's fine, that's fine. Yep, that's fine. Place your order. Not the cheapest order I've done, but it's for the channel, so it's worth it. I think everybody will enjoy that. I honestly think having more cameras is always fun. I'm not buying the $400 camera, Lars, that's for sure. So yeah, I did say stuff about Amazon Japan, which I still do stand by it. We do not want, thank you, because even if you wanted, you're not getting it. If you want to pay for it, I'll take it, but I am not doing that. I will buy $400 worth of trains before buying a $400 webcam. Oh, I guess my track's getting dirty over there. Oh, I hate when that loco does that. It's a freaking Athearn Genesis and it has contacts problem and I don't know why. And it's random. Like, it was fine for I don't know how long. It decided to have problem. It might be fine for a while and then I don't know why it does that. I need to get some tripods before I mean, you can do like me and just 3D print some if you have a 3D printer. Come on, VRL, just get over here so I can take you off the layout. That's just... And now you're fine. I swear, that loco. It's great most of the time, but once in a while, it's just weird. Like, that loco is great because it's a reliable runner 95% of the time. It looks amazing, it runs great most of the time, but once in a while it throws a fit like it just did up the hill, where even though it has all-wheel pickup, it just randomly... lower right camera is frozen, thank you. Oh, it's the problematic one. Yeah. Not so surprised. Give me a minute, I'll try to fix it. And it should be back. It is out of my budget. I mean, there's a reason why I upgrade cheaper DC loco to cheap DCC well, decoders, because that's my budget and that's also very fun. My cams would be a Logitech C922, GoPro, and maybe an old cell phone or two. I mean, so far, the old cell phone route has been very reliable for me. The bottom left camera, the ones down there, is an old cell phone that's been running great. I love that phone. It's only off the network and not used simply because it stopped getting security updates, and I work in IT security, so you know I can't not have security updates on a phone. But otherwise, it was a great phone that I loved. Sometimes when I need it, I use my current phone that I can bring around when it's set up, and it technically is tonight. So having older cell phones absolutely work great. And if you already have them, right, it's free. The app is free, so there's no reason not to. I have the Android app. I don't know for the iPhone app. The Logitech will work great. I've never used a GoPro for this. The image quality is great on GoPros. I just never used it because I don't have any. Old Samsung phones, I mean, as long the camera, the app for this will work. It's just called Droid Cam. I just don't know the quality of the camera you have, so that's gonna. So, I'll be right back. I heard a noise from the 3D printer. The 3D printer is completely fine. It's just going super fast, so it's making noises when it changed direction, but it's not a bad noise. It's fine. Ward, I would normally agree for their higher end, but at work we have the lower end because that's, you know, people don't care about stuff they don't own, so they break a lot of work phones, so we give them cheap Samsungs. And their camera, the cheap ones, their cameras are not great. Hi, Clintonville. Yeah, Jason, oh, he's gone. But yeah, GoPros are great cameras. They're just expensive, and for what I use, I don't need to spend that much because most of their features are not needed for what I have. Like, I don't need the what is it called? The insane image stabilization if it's a steady webcam that doesn't move. If you already have it for other reason, it's absolutely a great idea to use it, but I wouldn't buy it just for that. So Surfix a lot, I hope I'm not influencing Miss Jenna too much of making you buy a Blue Loco like mine. And I don't know if Sparky is still here, but I am running the Blue Devil that he liked, so. He wanted me to get a Conrail. I'm not buying a Conrail, but at least a Blue Devil is basically a Conrail with a CN logo on it. Oh, still watching, nice. So, it's halfway there. So the funny part is right now is that you're watching me when I'm usually watching your layout. Huh. Everyone, I should go on Sparky. Well, it's not Sparky's live stream, but the live stream where we can run Sparky's trains and watch me run Sparky's trains on my stream. Have a streamception. Oh, right. I mean, you can shit on them all you want. I still love my stuff. I hate when it acts up, but I still love it. Going to be running DC for a while now. Not sure, but I'll get Magenta likes 80 Blue Locos. So that Blue Loco did come in DC form. I upgraded it. I had to redo everything, of course. So there's that. Polizzi, I do have a Discord. I will send you a link for the invite. I had it on my channel publicly, and then I took it down because I have a limit of links, and I wanted to put something else. It will probably come back soon. Give me a minute. I will send the link here. Run a speed run on Sparky's layout. No, I'm not, Dave. I'm not gonna cause an issue in the Helix. So, invite to server, send over a link, edit the invite link. No limit to generate new link, copy, and paste in the chat. There you go. That is the link to my Discord. Everyone here is invited, not just Polizzi, but I am not as often as I'd like on here, just to let you know. But I will occasionally answer in the chat, but there's a small group of people that are really nice in there, so you are obviously all invited. But like I said, I'm not often on Discord. I will more than, if I answer, it's a higher chance. Well, I mean, it's just text chat in this Discord for now. I don't have the voice enable except for a few close personal friends. For now, it's just text based, but it's nice. I do occasionally post update there before YouTube, so you will have you will get some exclusive content, but I don't use it a lot. So I will just close that so I don't get distracted. Quit Discord. And yes, Lars, go for it. Oh, by the way, the Discord, the only rule is keep it train or hobby related. I just don't want any point of view that, even though are not wrong, could be controversial, because if something happens later, everything that is said there that I don't remove will look as if it's my idea. Yeah, my Discord will maybe blow up for a few minutes, but yeah, but it's not just politics. Is anything that isn't model trains themselves can be controversial sometimes, like the amount of feeders on a DCC system can be controversial, or how you should go about modeling your stuff can be controversial. So if model trains alone can create problems for people who aren't respectful of other people's opinion, everything else can get a lot more messy. So that's why I'm like, let's keep the conversation purely to the hobby, so that we can't have disagreement that turns sour, right? If we just keep it hobby related and nothing else, we will keep it flat and straight. Yes, Lars, go for it. I will go grab some water while you type your question. I will answer it. Oh, the address is invalid? That I have to look into that. An easy way to say it's yes, thank you, Clintonville. So what's your favorite train that you're running? Well, I will say my VRL is my favorite, but I will have to admit, I did not, the loco that's running right now is not my top favorite. My VRL E8 is my favorite looking one, and like if I had to keep one loco, I think I'd keep that one. There's nothing wrong with everything else that I have. I really love it too. But E8 represents everything that I love in a train, in a locomotive. So, but it's not DCC converted yet, and I'm afraid to open it because it's a Rapido and it's detailed so much. Well, I guess it is the time to be going. All right, have a good one, Sir Fix-a-Lot. Thank you for coming. And for the link, I will have to look into it because it should work. I put unlimited amount of use with unlimited amount of time, so it should still be good. If it's still not working, I'll try to create another one, but I don't know why it wouldn't be working. No, so the link still works. I just pasted it. So if the link doesn't work by clicking on it, try copy pasting it somewhere else. I really don't know why it did not work. Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. Yes, that is a rule. Do not feed Jim E. You got to it? Perfect. Yeah, messages probably. I will have to go through the messages afterwards. Okay, in the ones I'm running right now, I will keep the passenger train as my favorite. And if I have to pick a specific car, it will be the dome car in the middle of it. I just really like that. I spent a few years riding the trains a few times a year, and I've spent countless hours in that dome car. The view was absolutely gorgeous. It was comfortable. It was nice. Removing the dome cars off of trains was the biggest mistake they've done, because trains are not the fastest transportation method, but they're a cozy. It's like you don't take a I've never been on a cruise ship, but you don't take the cruise ship to go somewhere. You take the cruise ship to enjoy the ride. Well, trains are the same thing. You don't take the train because it's the fastest way to get somewhere. You take the train to enjoy the ride, at least in Canada. So, for that reason, taking away stuff like the dome car is a big mistake. So, I would say the passenger train is, and the middle car with the bump on top is the favorite one of all. I will look at my phone for Discord, but I will not answer everyone right now. It's people have joined. That's nice. Hey, Kevin Steiny, can we possibly have the liking things on? I will. That's Clintonville who said that. I don't know if he's here right now. I will look into that. I thought we did already, but apparently I did not turn it on. So I will look into it to turn it on. I just don't know when. And I don't know how. I'm not the best administrator, quite frankly. I'm glad to see everyone that's joining the Discord, by the way. Nice one, Clintonville. Nice one. Okay, so yes, I did put the PC stuff there, but that also, I don't, that's a hobby to me. I love building PCs. I haven't in a few years now, not that I can't, just that everything's gotten too expensive. So, and my current computer works great, but I still love the idea. I just don't have the money. So, hi, Rouser. Hi, Paul. I wouldn't know. I'm not a football person, but I get it. I didn't even know it was football season, actually. So, Jason, I built a lot of computers for other people, not just for me as well, but the RAM price right now is so crazy. Just when video cards stabilized, not even lowered, just stabilized, freaking RAM price went through the roof because of the server, the demand for AI servers. So it's such a bad thing. Something, I did get some Hot Wheels this morning. Nice. You can't go wrong with that. What's the yellow truck junkyard? It was just put there as the display of trucks, and then they just piled up when I showed them, and they stayed there. There you go. No longer a junkyard. Go figure, an IT guy that does not know football. Hey, Jersey Bill. I know I fit the stereotype, but that doesn't mean you have to call it out loud like that. Yes, they are slot trucks. They can't do the jump, but they are. You guys don't know how happy I am that I bought 64 gigs of RAM when I built my current computer. I thought, well, I could just buy 32 and upgrade later. Ha! What a good call, buying the 64 right away. Now I'm not stuck buying crazy priced RAM to upgrade when I need it. So that's that was a savior. I will even bring on my camera to show you. Good call, 64 gigs. But no, jokes aside, I'm very happy with my build. It broke some world record for its very specific hardware combination, but that's a different story. I beat the clock with that also. Okay, I get it. I'm not gonna be there. Okay. But yeah, I'm really not a football person. I'm more of an individual sport type of person, so like I said yesterday, I'm really into mountain biking and snowboarding, especially mountain biking. To me, that's the season, and the perk of mountain biking is because the seasons aren't the same everywhere in the world. There's always some to watch. Like Red Bull Hardline's coming up soon. That's gonna be a really fun watch. It's such an insane comp. It's crazy. Like, these people on mountain bike on Red Bull Hardline are beyond. Yeah, exactly, Jim. These people are crazy on their mountain bike. Like, they do things that shouldn't even be possible. So that is, do you mean the Loco or the full train, Josh? Because the Loco is a P42. I think it's a GE P42. It's an Athearn. But the cars are stainless steel Bud cars. Are you into watching them or doing them or both? Both, Rouser. Of course, I'm nowhere near their level. When I do it, it feels the same, but it's not. It like if you watch the, if you put a GoPro on me, you'd think I'm running on a flat surface compared to them. So it's really nothing to compare, but it feels just as intense for me, and it's really fun. Really, really fun. It's adrenaline pumping, that's for sure. So, also for the whole train, Josh, it doesn't actually exist. When I put the VRAL E8 in front of it, or F40, that could be the VRAL the Atlantic from the 90s, but as is, it's not a real train. It's just me who enjoys these cars and that loco. I'm doing a Dave of myself. I run what I like, not what's realistic. Hi Russ, glad to see you here. It's me again with another stream and another day, another stream, I guess. I will get back on my official schedule of Saturdays only, starting next week. But at least I couldn't pass up the offer yesterday from Dave to run a Friday and a Saturday to get to my 500. And I did, and I'm glad. And it's going great. So I can't complain. I really cannot complain. Okay, Cartman, I don't care. I do what I want. Exactly. Is there a character I hate more than Cartman? I don't think so. But it's also so good. Kevin, do they have big rig RC slots? For this scales, these are the biggest big rigs you'll find. I will bring it to this camera, I guess. These are the biggest, but I will wait for the train to pass. I don't know for the bigger scale of slots if there's big rigs of that. I mean, I'm sure it could be made like by someone else, but they're driving them is very different and they do not jump. There's a mountain bike trail nearby. Vulture Knob. Don't know anything about it, just heard that. Just and then it puts the lotion in the basket, Jim. Good evening, Ed. Nice, Lars. Or it gets the hose. Exactly. Thank you, Jason. So, let's give my current trains a break. Let's get something else out. I think we should go DC for the next trains. I will put the VRAL I've been talking about so much, the VRAL E8 in DC, and for the other loop, I will put I could put the steamer. Yeah. Oh boy, where do I park everything? That's the question. Oh boy. That is oh boy. I have no problem putting the steamer on, but I have a problem with parking the Blue Devil and everything else. I need another big siding somewhere because I don't know where to put it. It's such a nice train and I don't want to take it off the track, but it takes so much space. I guess I can run a very short loop for the steamer. Yeah, I could do that. So I will stop the VRL here. Now we'll stop. The CN over there. There you go. Now I will turn off the power to the track. I will turn off that one. We'll take that one off completely because I don't have enough space for everything. And this one, well, the loco is really nice, the cars are good, but they're not special, so I don't mind as much. Back that thing up. Oh, whoops. Forgot to remove that one. The switches have been switched. Thank you, Jim. Those are Auto Worlds, Russ. Sorry for the time I took. Steam engines are always really nice. It's just, they're a little bit more fussy sometimes. That one looks really good. I need to convert it to DCC. Especially with the smoke unit in it. That I can't use right now. Well, I can, and there's some smoke fluid in it. It's just, it's not gonna go fast enough to heat enough, and I'm not blasting it full speed. I don't like it full speed. Right now, we'll turn that one off. Bring Via on. Let's bring the Via up so it can go. Oh, wrong direction. That would be my favorite engine of all. as downhill as I do with my bikes. And I forgot to flip the switch over there, I think. I will go fix that before I cause another accident. Thank you, James, for reminding me for the turnout. Yep. I've forgotten. Almost like that. The switch was forgotten. Almost went bad. Good night, Caboose. Thank you for coming. I don't know if that'll be far enough for the camera to be in the clear. Oh well. I'll still keep it. Might have to make another one. Let's do a quick rough measurement. I will move you guys, don't worry about it. Oh, actually it will clear. Nice. That means I'm getting the drill. The print was successful. Let's see if it works properly, but I think it should. Yep. And what's the angle on that one? This is gonna be perfect. Unfortunately, no Lars, because this is a DC setup, not the DCC. DC does not have sound at all. I wish it did, but it doesn't. Yep, it clears, and it looks super nice. I love this camera angle. So, I have an extra mount now, because I reprinted a new one that actually clears at the track height. It technically is a little high still, but it's much lower than it was. I was afraid it would have been too short. It's not. Like I said, I could do it a little lower, but it's not bad. It's still a good angle. Should I make another one that's a little shorter? Do you guys prefer when it's lower than this, or that's a good height for that camera? I don't have to make another one. I could just put not a spacer, but a piece of wood in between. Yes, yes, what? Yes, it's a good height, or yes, you want me to make a spacer? Can you move semis out of the frame, Kevin? I can stop drooling. I could, but I thought it was a nice little, decorative piece. There you go. Still over there. Yes. I still think it should be slightly lower. I'm pretty sure I have a piece of wood somewhere that I could use as a spacer. I don't want to reprint another one, but even though I could and this be used somewhere else. But I think I do have small piece of wood at the ready. What did Jim say again? I do have camera froze again. Which one? That one. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I will fix the camera right now. At least I've ordered a replacement already. And it's freaking out. And it's back. Too low. Oh no, that's not the final angle. That's just where it's resting until I put it at the right spot. Don't worry, I know that's too low. It's something else. Not requires. I am missing a joke, I think. That's gonna be even lower, watch out. Alright. I think that'll work. If it's not frozen again. No, it's not. How is that angle? That looks even better, I think. And why are you this way? Let's see if my passenger train fits still. I think it will. Yep. Much better angle, I think. Thank you very much, Lars. No slot car NS. Not for a while. It feels crooked. Stop playing with it, Kevin. You'll go blind. It's playing with your wood is free and is fun. So I will never say no to playing with your wood. No, we are rail fanning. See, that's the experience I want to give. Feeling like you're rail fanning even though they're models. So like I said, this one technically could smoke if I put it at much a faster speed, but I don't want to. It's not realistic. I like it going this smooth. What I'll do later is go back to DCC for playing with wood is the experience you want to give. It's the gift that keeps on giving, Jim. I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, later I will do the unspeakable and run my DC engine on my DCC setup. I'll run my steamer for a little while. And oh no, nothing on camera. I've been working on the wood off camera all night, but you know, adjusting the camera height. But yeah, I will do the unforgivable sin of putting my my DC steam engine on DCC, so you'll be able to see the smoke coming out a little later. Kevin has a girlfriend. That's the best part. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, exactly, Jim. That's what I'll do. And I'll make sure to run it pretty fast as well, because very fast as a DC engine on DCC is still not very fast, so it's going to be fine. And it's the faster it goes, the better it is for the engine. So, well, it's not better, it's not as bad, right? So But that VRL engine is just gorgeous. I think I'm not the only one here who likes it. Colleen really likes that VRL engine as well, and a few others. But I do think Colleen is really a really big fan of that VRL engine. I love many of the older scheme, yes. But to me, it's not just the scheme. Like, it's a nice scheme, but it's really the E8 in itself. The VRL E8, well, any E8, not just VRL, are gorgeous, powerful, 6-axle, streamlined engines, and I think nothing beats their looks. It's a personal opinion. It's not up for debate. But it does look very, very nice. It's a big, powerful engine, but it's still streamlined and sleek. So but it's not streamlined, the big boy. The Daylight is a gorgeous steam engine. That is one beautiful engine, I will have to say. You know what? I'm gonna remove the VRL from the track for now, just so that I can run the steam engine with the smoke for a few laps, and then I'll bring the VRL back. I missed the first drop. I need to wipe it down quickly. Now that works well. So my smoke units and the smoke I use is not as good as Dave's, so it doesn't smoke as much. And my background doesn't show the smoke as well. So unfortunately, you can't see it very well, but it is definitely smoking. Oh yeah. I have no idea, Lars. No idea. It is still smoking. I would if I wasn't currently streaming, Sparky. That's the thing. Yep, you are right. It shows up really well on that one. I think it would... I will move one camera again, not permanently, just so that it gets closer so we can see the smoke a little better. Can it get any longer? Oh, the cable's stuck there. That's good. I think we're almost out of fluid already. Alright, I'll add a bit more fluid in it because it's already almost out. And let's try not to... Of course it starts smoking again as soon as I stop it, but we can add a bit more still. Should smoke even more. Let's see if I move this camera. We can kind of see the smoke, but it's not smoking as much suddenly. Oh, it's really by waves and I don't know why exactly. I seen it. Yeah, exactly. The thing is that the smoke isn't consistent in that engine. I'm not good with smoke units, so I really can't explain to you exactly what makes everything work. But it really is by wave, and I'm trying to add a bit more. Maybe, I know if there's too much, it's not gonna smoke well. Missed it. So you should see, you're not seeing it, of course. It was smoking right there. Oh, now it's a good, there's a good smoke coming out. Now you should see it. Oh yeah, you can see it now. That's cool. Well, I'll show you what it is. It's this. Bachmann smoke fluid. It's nothing special. Well, it's specifically made for this. So it is special, but it's not a personal lubricant, as someone would say. Yeah, the bottom right, you don't see it very well. But it definitely is smoking all around the layout, not just the two top cameras. It really is with the background colors that makes a difference. Lighter colors, like the wall currently, don't show it very well. But the darker colors shows it a lot more. So... well, I mean, it has to be if it makes smoke, right? Propylene, glycol, and glycerine. It doesn't have a warning for flammable, but, you know, it's glycol and it makes smoke, so I assume it is. No clue, Lars. I don't have any official end time, quite frankly. I just go with how I feel and how the stream's going. It's not baby oil base. Sparky, a good one. It's starting to smoke less. I will add a bit more one last time and then I'll switch back to DC for a little while. I just wanted to do this because I really wanted to show you the smoke. I know you don't like being stopped. It's not for long, I swear. Keep the firebox soft and hi Canadian Locomotive Logistics. Can I see a U-Haul? Yes, there is a U-Haul right there. Yeah, I should get a syringe. I really should. It is a Polizzi glycerin base. It is not baby oil base. I mean, it says both on the bottle, by the way, Rouser. It says... no, sorry. Propylene glycol base and glycerine base. So, never mind. I was completely off with nitroglycerin. That's K1 jelly base. I would not know what that is, huh? Oh, I'm joking. I know very much what KY is. No clue, Lars. So I think I will stop with the DC and DCC and go back to DC so we can run both trains again. No more smoke, but more trains. Right, I need to move my cameras back because they are literally in the way. Whoops. I almost had an accident. No, I do take bathroom breaks during my streams. Don't worry. I go to the actual bathroom though. Off camera, yes. Well, I let the stream go, but I'm not... oh, it's wired, Jersey Bill. My laptop's wired. One of my cameras is using the Wi-Fi, but my computer is wired. Wireless would not be stable enough for a full stream. Oh, well, I would pass with flying color, Jason. Don't worry about that. Is Canada? Police, the only real trains. Oh boy, Rouser. I'm scared now. I'm scared. I'm really happy with that rail fanning angle. I just need to put more ballast down to cover that area. Because the idea of having a rail fanning area like that is just... it's sweet, quite frankly. It really is nice. Good night, NS. Thank you for coming. Alright, Sparky, thank you for coming as well. It was nice. Nice to have you here. The OGs of the OGs. So I want to try something. Hear me out on this one. The bottom right camera, I will point it the other direction so we can see the rear rail coming, and I will turn down the light so that we can see the lighting of the locomotive. So just to have some during this stream I have cut out and installed 4-corner. Nice. I have one short wall shelf up, and tomorrow. Nice. I'm happy for you, Polizzi. So we will turn around the camera now. Oh, like so. And we will dim the lights. And the camera froze. Of course it froze right when it passed. Come on. That is such bullshit. It froze right before the train arrived, right when I started dimming the lights. Come on. There you go. Next pass, I guess. Alright, Lars, thank you for coming. It's a it's a shy camera, I guess. Let's hope it doesn't freeze before the loco arrives this time. Don't run a stream on a stream. So this is what I love the most about this loco. They included the truck lights just like the real one, so you see lights on the lights on the ground are purposely there. It looks so nice. It is such a nice loco. I need another lap at that dimmed lighting. I know it's not optimal for viewing, but just one more. That E8 with those truck lights, it's just beautiful. Also, you can see the lights in the interlocking tower that I installed, so that's nice as well. Alright, V-Rail's coming. Oh man, just look at it out of the tunnel and on the scenic area. That's just gorgeous. And then it's gonna come on the wide curve. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, let's bring back the lights so you guys can see something. No, Jim, I'm good. I'll take care of that later after the stream. I don't have to go to bed right away. I'm an adult. I can choose whenever I want to go to bed. Now, that could be a great idea, Rouser. Put a servo on this and control it. Nice, Rouser. Nice, Rouser. Oh, man. A few more laps for these trains, and then we're going to switch to something else. We'll go back to DCC. I'll run, I don't know what, on the outer loop. And I'll run my RDC on the inner loop with the interior lighting in it, because that's also something gorgeous. Oh, sorry, Rouser. I didn't see your question earlier. I missed it. So, Kevin, are your DCC and DC loops completely separate from each other? So the two systems are completely separate, but I set the both loops of trains as the same. I've heard too many horror stories of accidentally forgetting a switch that crosses over from one to the other and then frying the whole DCC system. I refuse to do that because I'm really good at forgetting switches. So even though I do have blocks that I turn off, they're all on the same power system, so either DC or DCC. It's one switch before, like, the two systems send the signal to a switch, and that decides everything on the layout, whether it's DC or DCC. Past that switch, then it's all separate. All right, Mike, thank you for coming. So I hope that answers your question, Rouser. All right, I think one more lap for these trains, and we should be exactly, Jason. That's the whole purpose. Especially like right now, I didn't want to take off most of my DCC stuff, but I don't want it to start moving because of the DC stuff. So I can just turn off those tracks and nothing moves. Or if I want to park my DC stuff and run DCC, I don't want to burn the motors, having them on DCC not moving. So having the being able to turn off tracks, track blocks is really useful for that. It is exactly that. It's basically built as an old-time DC block system. That's how I built it. But then instead of going straight to the DC controller, I went into a switch, and I have a DCC or DC system on it. And the one track I do have that has a different option is the track nearest me at the bottom in the yard, which you don't see here. That one can either be whatever is powered on the main line off, or the programming track for the DCC system. So I know it's a little excessive what I did, because a lot of people will say you don't need this, but I like the way it's set up and the way everything is being controlled. So call me old-fashioned, but I like that system. It works really good for me. Oh no, I don't, Darren. It's one or the other. It would be too confusing to try to run both at the same time, so I don't want to make any mistake and break anything, so no, it's one or the other. But it's basically set up like an old block system for DC with the DCC option. And I just dropped some oil on my jeans, and I think those stains pretty good, so oh well. I don't use either at the same time, but I do have both types of locos on the track at the same time, so I want to be able to turn them off. Alright, let's go back to DCC, and let's first part the V-rail. I'll actually turn it on and go grab it, let it go grab itself. It's more fun to go pick up the cars with the train than just pushing them around. I never got to the wiring, so when I picked up... Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying my method is the right method. There's multiple methods that works. I just... That's the... that's just the method I've used and it works, so... I mean, Darren, while it is a good idea, there still could be spikes in voltage and random difference, and I don't want them to have that power at all. I don't even want the option of them starting randomly. So instead I just turn off the track. It can't, and the problem isn't necessarily having a DC local, a DCC local on the DC track. My problem is having a DC local on a DCC track. It would burn the motor if I leave it for a while. Come on. There you go. The hand of God. I do plan on converting everything to DCC like Jim said, but even once everything will be DCC, I don't think I'll leave, I will not leave everything on all the time. I will still turn off the tracks of the trains I don't use, simply to, because I'm limited in amps on my system, and instead of buying a whole new, a booster and everything, I just figured, you know, I can just simply not send power to locos I don't need it. The one DC loco I had was something pretty basic and I ran it too fast and didn't take a curve, and that was that. Whoops. Alright, so let's run the RDC. I think Jim's gonna be happy. I want to see the interior lighting shine, so there's also that. Alright, let's dispatch this loco and call this one. Now we have the RDC on. Let's find another train to put on the other track. Something that can climb the hill, that looks nice, and is DCC. So what haven't we run tonight that is DCC? We haven't run the modern CP rail. That's DCC. We haven't run the Zebra Stripe CN, but that one will not climb the hill. And that's it. So modern CP it is. Yeah, George, that's going to take a while to convert if you decide to go. I get that, Rouser. You don't want to do that. So let's do some operation and get the CP rail out. Also, there's a big difference between basic DCC decoder and DCC sound decoders. The sounds are nice, but they're so much more expensive. I use Digitrack's $25, $30 decoders, basic decoders for my conversion, and they work great, and they look great. Well, not look, but they do exactly what I need. So, for anyone who wants to convert, save your money and just get those. Alright, so thank you, Jersey Bill. Let's go through the chat. So I stopped collecting around 2000 and I over 270 locos are DC. Yep. I have 2 locos. I mean, Rouser, that's all you need to be happy, right? You technically only need 1. I'm just curious, I don't want anyone to take this politically, but has anyone seen higher prices due to tariff? I mean, yes and no. Being Canadian, I don't order anything from the States anymore because yes, it does. It did affect me. And I know it's technically the retaliation tariffs, but it's still caused by the tariffs. So without getting too political, I did have those. But otherwise, it's been half decent. So, I do have a bullet. I do have 2 bullet trains from Japan, Lars, but not in HO scale. So we're not going to be able to run those tonight. I don't know the full effect, quite frankly. Like I said, in Canada, there was some impact. Not buying from the state directly, that's one for sure, but there's... I can't say I've seen the price, because the price have been going up for a few years. So, it's not just the tariffs that brought up the price, but I can't say it has not affected. Also, I think they received less orders, so they had to cancel some productions because they didn't get enough orders. So. Police, you're not wrong. Exactly, Jim. The tariffs and retaliation tariffs, because that's what it is, both have affected greatly the shipping between the countries and the sharing between us. That is true. There is a lot of pre-tariff stock out there, but I think by now they have like that stock has gone down in quantity. So there's that. Hi, NS Modeler. George, do you have a mini scale of the Amtrak train? Well, I do have 2 Amtrak trains in N scale, but not an HO scale. George, so I think I actually collected faster than most people. I have about 25 engines per scale, like in HO, and 25 in N scale, and that's been over 6 years, so that's a little faster than normal people do. My excuse has been every time I go out and visit a new place, or even a place I've been before but it's a visit, and they have a hobby shop, I buy an engine as a souvenir. No, Lars, because it's N scale and we don't have any N scale tonight. No worries, Lars, I'm just letting you know. N scale stuff is gonna be next weekend. There's a few words to avoid with Dave. The F word, the T word. What loco does he... Oh, the B word for Bachman. You can't say Bachman around him. Yes, next Saturday, Lars. He gets PTSD every time someone says Bachman steamer. So, or cracked gears. He also has that. I don't blame him, but it's kind of funny. Oh, I agree with you, Jason. I mean, the steamer you saw today is a Bachman, and it works great. It looks great. But the fiasco that his last daylight was, he bought it new old stock, and being old, even though it never ran, it cracked its own gears as soon as you put it on the track. That was a heartbreak in itself, and I don't blame him for being so mad about that one. And you can't just put other gears, so you're stuck with it. It's really sad because those daylights are beautiful. Beautiful. And like I said, it's not any engine, it's a daylight. If I really want, that's one of the goal train, like a train I want to buy later. Kato has a whole set in N scale of the daylight locomotive and the daylight cars with some articulated cars. They are gorgeous and run beautifully. I really want one of those. I really, really want one of those. They're not cheap, but they're so nice. So that is definitely on my list of trains that I want at some point in my life. Yeah, exactly, Jason. So Polizzi, like I said, it's 25 HO scale and 25 N scale about. I have half DC, half DCC and HO scale. Only DC for N scale. That is actually, Lars, I will let Jim explain what it is because he's an expert in those things and he loves them so much. Yeah, I can see that, Jason. That's annoying, George. That's why I want the N-scale Kato version. Those are great. Is Jim still here? He usually loves to talk about RDCs. Oh yeah, he's here. So we all have some trains that we really want at least once in our life. And I have two of the sets that I want. There's two more. I want the Daylight and I want a CN turbo train at some point. But hop back in. So how much rolling stock and HO scale? Well, I only know the amount of locos. I have no idea how much rolling stock total, and I don't want to know. Hi, Drew. So I will turn on my camera for a minute. Two of the dream trains that I had, I have them. Both are in N scale, and I will mostly do N scale for my dream trains. I have two bullet train set. I have this Gen 0 4-car set, which I love. This is a Kato, obviously. And I have this Series 100 bullet train that I also love from Kato. I will show you. Of course, I cannot run them tonight because I'm not doing N scale, but I still think they're worth taking out just to show you. So this is the Series 100. These are just so nice. Kato really did a good job with those. Unfortunately, those cannot even run on the N scale layout that I currently have because of the tight radius I have. These require wide radius, and I need to set up a temporary track, which I don't have the space for ready right now. Hi, BB Trains. Oh, that's nice, BB Trains. A 10 by 6.5 layout. Any recommendation? I don't have a specific recommendation of a layout to do, but since you have that much space, minimum 22-inch radius, just to make sure that you can run any rolling stock. And also, I personally like running trains, so I would say minimum 2 loops on there. Atlas sells sectional track of 22-inch and 24-inch radius, so you could do a double loop with those at the right spacing. So what was the size again? 8 by 12. No, not 10 by 6.5. Okay, so basically one of my section of my train is 10 by 4. So I will say code 100 by far for HO scale. It's just avoiding issue when ballasted. As you can see, it looks fine. I know it's not the most realistic thing, but if you look at this camera, it's perfectly, like, it looks good anyways. It's not the best for looks, but you're just guaranteeing that you're not gonna have issues. So it's just avoiding potential issue is always nice. That is a good recommendation, Jim. What else? I love elevation. I think it adds a lot of depth to your layout. But if you do elevation, but you do 2 loops, I would say only do elevation on one of the 2 loops and keep the second one flat. That way, if you have a train that just doesn't want to work with elevation, you can still run it on the flat loop. So, for example, you could do the outside loop just an oval and the inside loop a figure 8. That could work. One of the things I've done on my current layout that I highly recommend, having long yards or long parking space, so that you don't have to take off your trains, because they're expensive, they're highly detailed, and they are easy to break by picking them up. So if you can keep them on the track and just reverse them into the parking, you'll save a lot of headaches. You'll save yourself a lot of headaches. What else? So yeah, the 3% grade recommendation is always good. Polizzi asked about feeders earlier. The answer was you don't need a lot, but the more you have, the better it is. So put some. I did say I cannot, unfortunately, Lars. So yeah, if you want to keep it simple and just run trains, 1 regular oval and 1 figure 8 that goes over and under. If you don't want to work with elevation because it is adding complexity to the layout, you can do a diamond and still do a figure 8. You do have the space that wide to have an S-bend, so it's not just an oval the outside. I will pop up the track planner and show you some example of what I mean. What is it called? SCARM. I will just do a simple, quick. Is your layout a table of 6.5 by 10, or is it a room of 6.5 by 10 that you're putting shelves around? Because that will change the design. I do, Jim, okay? Sue me. Well, don't sue me. I don't have money to pay it. It's a table, perfect. Good to know. So I will use Atlas stuff simply for the design, but it's not, you don't have to use Atlas stuff. It's just because I know their track pieces better. It's really not a big deal if you don't. So I will share my screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. So screen. Can I put not a window? Properties. Window. Not that. That. Okay, so that will work. And where is it? I will size that down because that takes a whole screen and we still want to see the trains. I wasn't planning on doing that tonight, but it's not a bad thing. I will turn off my face because you don't need to see me do this. Alright, so for an idea, I will just create the table. So you said 6.5 by 10, right? So table, rectangular, sides 10. Oh no, that's in inches. So 120 inches by 78. Done. There you go. Let's close this. Make it fit in the screen so we can see. That is SCARM. SCARM. Simple Computer-Aided Railway Model. It even has an extension to run trains. It doesn't work on this laptop, but it still does. So, for example, what you could do, let's just start with something simple like this here. So I'm putting 24-inch for the outside loop, 24-inch radius, because it's the outside and it's going to fit perfectly with the 22-inch radius inside. So I'm putting some tracks now that are to keep the distance in between the tracks the right distance. You don't have to do it the way I'm doing it. Actually, I would not recommend what I'm doing right now. So 2-inch, I believe. Yep. But if you put a 22-inch, you can do double curve. I will remove. Oops, not that. I will remove these. I don't want that. Let's put some tracks. Having straights so that it's only 90 degrees turn will make it a lot easier for you. It's gonna be much better looking, quite frankly. Always having the loops turn like full U-turns like I have on my layout doesn't look as nice. It works, but it's not as nice. So let's use a flex drag just for a long straight piece. So I'm just spitballing ideas here. I'm not actually telling you to do this as a design because it's probably going to be bad. I will actually stretch this further out, like here. we could move this out like so. I actually want also this out a bit. No, come on. These 6. Alright, let's move them. We stretch this out like so. Let's put a 9-inch there. Should fit. So 9-inch here. Move this up a bit. This is going to give you plenty of space for the incline. Like so. A few straights there. And then we're going to add turnouts to switch in betweens and a yard and everything. This is just for giving yourself a base idea. So, and that could work actually. That could very well work. Let's and delete this one. This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, where you need to gauge the length. What I like to do is really overshoot the length for the track planning software. And then you can align stuff, and then you can correct the length to what you need. Like so. So we're gonna zoom in so it's easier to work with. Move this curve here. Of course, I'm always saying to avoid S-bends, which we have a big one there, but at least there's a straight in between. That's not gonna be too bad. We could also, actually, we could do that. Let's connect this one here. Remove this one. And then we can remove this and this. It should be pretty close to, yeah, it's close enough that we can create a very smooth S-bend here. There you go. Barely noticeable. In real life, you could probably have that straight. So by doing this, we can now do an oval around this. Like so. Let's put some 24-inch curves around it. Now we can do flex. And what's nice when you have the space that you have is that you don't, oops, it's not what I wanted to do, is that you don't have to stick to just an oval when I say oval. You can do something like this. Is that the right? No, okay, so I'll just put a straight piece there and cut it where I need to. Keep in mind this area, they're not going to be the same height for the tracks, so it's going to look a little, not off, but it's going to look very, how do I say this? Is this going to be enough? Maybe not. It's going to look like two trains on a hill. Like, so remove this. I don't want it to get too close. Yeah, that's too close. Let's add 1.5 inches. Like so. And you know what? Let's do a small S-bend. Not a big one, just enough so it's not straight. Because just a straight oval is kind of boring. Oops. So let's, you know what, just put a 24-inch there. No, I want a smoother curve, so let's continue the other side and then work from there. Let's do a little distance, then 24-inch radius right here. 22, 24, 24, 24, like so. And let's start with the flex track. That's where we can have some fun. A bit of smooth, like so, then straight. Cut it. Flex track. I don't want the radius to be too tight, but I also want, you know. So how tight is that? 30-inch. Okay, we can go tighter. 27-inch radius. That's perfectly fine. Let's cut it there. And one final piece to finish off. There you go. So right now, this is just an idea. I will zoom out so you can see. As you can see, there's a figure 8 here that is going to go over and under, and there's going to be the outside loop that is just an oval that's flat. What I would do is have this as the bottom part and this as the upper part. So I will put this as a bridge. I will cut it here. There you go. And now I will do some height stuff. So this is going to be here for sure. So we're going to start doing an incline from here. Let's have the whole area an incline. The longer the incline, the better, because it's a smoother incline. I think 3.5 inch of height should be enough clearance for about everything for trains. That's what I use, and even my containers go underneath it, so let's do that. So 3.5 inch of height, 3.5, is a 2.5 inch incline. So what I'm keen to do is I want to actually make it so if you start here, it will be a flat 3% incline, which will give it more time flat there. And then we go, so that's 3.5 inch there, 3.5. And then we go from here down to under the bridge. And let's do the 3.5. So that's 2.5 inch incline, 2.5% incline. That's even better. So what is the could you make a grade that follows the outside track, crosses over it without a figure 8? We could. We would need to change a lot. I think. We could, but it needs to cross over twice, because it needs to come out and come back in. It would work, just it would reduce greatly, like it would work. It would just reduce greatly the I want to say track time, but like the amount of track the amount of time your train is on, like the distance of track. How do I say this? The track, like the amount of feet of track you would, the train would go quick. Oh my god, I'm getting tired because I can't speak anymore. The length of track would be much shorter, so it would go around much quicker. I mean, it would, either way would work. Kevin, the blue train stopped working. I don't know if you want to fix it. Wait. When you say stop working, is it the camera or the... No, the camera works. The blue train hasn't worked in a while. It's been off for the year. All the cameras are working. Alright. Alright, BB trains. Thanks for coming. Have a nice night, you two. So, now that I'm back to working on the layout, I'm not sure. Maybe there's a delay in between what I'm saying and what Lars is seeing, because I know I don't want to save this. Because to me, the blue train has been stopped for a while, but that's on purpose because it's parked there. Is there... Did I miss something? I mean, the lights are on. Everything's fine on those ones. The cameras are still working somehow. And, I probably missed a whole bunch of chat when I started. Oh yeah, the camera there, they're all a little glitchy. The worst is the bottom right one. But the real problem with the camera over there is I needed to apply a few layers of color correcting, because for some reason that specific spot has weird colors. So like the CP rail is not pink flashy. It's a very bright red, but orange. So that, like the color that it is right now is, yeah, at the bottom left is the more accurate color. Can you stop a single train after a single train have a horn? I mean, I can switch to one that has a horn. We could. Thank you, Jim. Yeah, and I can't even do the third of the language by not being able to speak it. So imagine how bad I am at everything else. So we will change the CP rail out. We'll remove that to put the little CN that has sound. We'll put it on the outside and just have a short train behind it. It'll be nice. I mean, I'm not even... English isn't even my first language, so I'm really bad at it. So it's really bad, right? I'm not someone you should listen to learn English when I didn't even learn it properly. I am tired. Oh boy. I think we'll end in 15 minutes. We'll run the requested loco with some cars, and then we'll stop in 15 minutes. So we had a mostly problem-free night, so I will not complain. A bit of problems with that camera, but 15, yeah, the shorter option of the two. We had a mostly problem-free night, so I'm not gonna complain, and I'm gonna and we're gonna enjoy it and be happy. I am not Quebecois, I'm from New Brunswick. But New Brunswick is not a French, is not an English first in general. It's a fully bilingual province. Meaning that some of us only speak one language and some of us only speak the other one. And then we're fucked when we go in public. You are correct. You are the first to be wrong. Actually, just need a bit more. You know what I haven't ran in a while? My rotary snowplow. We will run that alongside the noisy CN. Yep, I want to run my rotary snowplow. It's been a while and I like it. Thank you, Kip, for all the time you have. No problem. Oh, Jim, that's an accent. It's a rougher Irish. It's a very strong accent over there. Oh, derailed me. Where's the rotary snowplow? It's over there. Alright. So we'll bring the sound loco back out. Because it's a nice little engine. And, oh right, I removed the freight earlier. I need to put the freight back on. I aged 2.5 years on this stream. You haven't turned that old, Jim. The stream hasn't been that long. If it felt like you've spent 2.5 years here, I'm sorry. What Kevin wants, Kevin gets, unless his girlfriend. Do you know what time? Around the same time as today, 8:30. My time. I don't know what time zone you're in, so whatever time that is for you, the same time as today. I will put the stream up a few hours like early so that you can join and wait. mean... oh, okay, that makes sense. What? That's an Athern ready to run. The not really blue box, but technically blue box. It's the Athern. I don't know. Why is that one there? Yes, dear. Yeah. So, I can dispatch this. Oh yes, I have Rouser. Mine is powered. It has a motor and it has the whole thing in there, and it came like that from the factory. Athern made that, not me. Alright, Lars, thank you for coming. It is fun to power mine. I'm thinking of actually putting a decoder in it to control the direction it spins and the speed it spins at. Because right now if there's power, it spins one way and that's it. But it's up to you. It's really up to you. I think it's fun and it's worth it. But you do what you want to do. So I know it looks like there's no trains, but that's because they're all off camera. They're coming into camera. Wow, that one froze again. God damn it. It's back. It is how you say, Jason. Nothing, because it's just a flat piece for the rotary thing. So if I put my hair in front of it, it won't do anything. Then there's no reason not to. No, I'm not doing that. Alright, let's put a few cars behind that loco because it's gorgeous, but it's missing something right now. Let's see if it'll pull 5 cars up the hill. I have low hopes about that one. It's worth a try, but I don't think it'll happen. What? Why did you stop? If the lays. No, that's not how that works. They're just flat pieces, so if it went the other way, it just meant it would go the other side of the track. I'm responding to Brent, by the way. Alright, so... That's a nice little consist. Let's hope it works great. They don't always work well, these cars, but it's worth a try. Why do you die there? It's like if it lost power there, but it shouldn't. I will clean my track, but I don't think that's the problem. Oh, it is pretty dirty. Very dirty, actually. May have had some oil leakage from the steamer earlier. Let's see if that helps. Well, it didn't install this time, so I don't know if it helped or not, or if it was just a fluke, but it's fine right now. Oh, it did it. It did the incline. Nice. I was so focused. Why did you die there now? What? I think there's a contact that went bad. I will need to open that loco and look it up. I don't know why though. That side got dirty. No, the loco. Well, I mean, I don't need it for just that. I'll just run it as is. I don't have whipped cream. I feel like not enough feeders. No, that's not it. Everything else is fine. It's just that loco. I think one of the two trucks pickups have gone have desoldered or something. I'm not the best at soldering to these things, and that was before Dave's gift, so I need to fix that. No, I'm not. It's not gonna clean any snow. It's gonna stay as is. It's gonna stay clean. No, it's a track cleaner. Oh, you're making me... Oh, my God. You guys are making fun of me. I did say I would stop in 15 minutes, and it's been over 15 minutes. We'll do a few more laps, and then we'll shut it down for tonight. Well, that freight consist has been pretty good so far. Very happy with you. Very happy with you. It looks great. The loco can pull up the hill. Can't complain. Sorry about that. Why did you start having issue? Wow. One side really got dirty though. Might just be dirty wheels. It is incredibly dirty on one side. I think some did, Jason, quite frankly. Because it was on the track. It started having issue when it got onto the track that the steam engine with the smoke was running. And that track got dirty in some spots, so I think I mean the best human. So I mean, if it proves that I'm human and not an AI generated stream, that's a good thing. But yeah, Jason, I think you're right. Some of the oil, smoke oil, went onto the track, and it really dirtied my wheels. Well, the track itself, and now these wheels. Not tonight, though, Russ. I didn't need to do it tonight. I will not give you a new blast or a blast from the past, but I will give you a nope. Oh, those wheels are really dirty. So yeah, the smoke fluid went onto the track for sure. And that poor loco picked it all up. No wonder it had power issue. So much dirt on that wheel. It didn't take much dirt on the track to lose connection when it's already caked up like this. That seems pretty decent. Oh, I lost another detail. I will put it back. Like I said I would on that one. I lost it instead. So I don't know if that will completely fix it, but it surely won't make it worse, that's for sure. I'm glad you guys are talking amongst each other because I was not paying attention. I was so focused. Let's see if it stalls or not. And sometimes it didn't install a lap, install the next one, so it might take 2 or 3 laps for it to stall again. Whatever happens. Hey Kevin, what if I wanted 3 tracks on my layout? I mean, I'm not go. Just a second, I'm just watching the local. Well, it didn't install this time. Alright, so what did you want? 3 tracks on your layout? Well, buy 3 pieces of track and put them on your layout. I don't know what to tell you. No, jokes aside, I know you're just asking me to open Skarm again, but I'm not. I'm too tired. I'm gonna shut it down in 4 minutes. We're gonna a few more laps with the current train and then go to bed. It was a great stream again. Thank you all for coming. And is getting cross? What am I'm missing something. Good night, Ed. Yeah, Dan, sorry. I'm just getting tired and I'm gonna shut it down at 45, so it's gonna be it's enough for me for tonight. I've been on for 4 hours and 15 minutes now. We'll watch a few more laps and then go to bed. Good night, Drew. Good night, Russ. Good night, Dan. Good night, Jersey Bill. Good night, Jim. The infamous Jim E. Good night, Ed. And whoever else is left here. Thank you, Russ. Good night, Brent. They're quiet watchers. They're not troublemakers as some of you guys are. Good night, Jason. You know, some people are louder and more problematic and trying to catch people more. But good night, Rouser. And some people are nice and just want to enjoy watching trains. I would say that Ed and Drew are those kind of people. Also, it was Dirty Wheels. It is fine now. It is perfectly fine. The smoke oil did get on the loco though, on the track, so that's on me. Alright, the song ends in a minute. We will end at the end of the song. Troublemakers, Jersey Bill. You guys are troublemakers and I'm all about it. Nah, Russ, you're a nice person.